something fresh and new. Then a ping, a welcome sight. Rocket Wolf's going live tonight. Click the link, the channel loads. Time to share the daily loads. Oh, Rocket Wolf on the stream so bright, chasing shadows, bringing the light. With pixels flashing and a voice so clear, banishing boredom, calm and fear. He delights and lifts us high, with wisdom shared beneath the digital sky. Entertaining, full of cheer. So glad to have a Rocket Wolf here. Maybe gameplay sharp and fast, or just a chat that's built to last. He reads the comments, sees the names, ignites community flames. If someone's down or feeling lost, he counts the gain, ignores the cost, shares a story kind and true, words of wisdom shining through. Oh, Rocket Wolf on the stream so bright, chasing shadows, bringing the light. With pixels flashing and a voice so clear, banishing boredom, calming fear. He delights and lifts us high, with wisdom shared beneath the digital sky. Entertaining, full of cheer. So glad to have a Rocket Wolf here. It's more than just watching a screen unfold. It's finding courage, brave and bold. He builds a space where folks connect, showing kindness and respect. Turns a dull night into fun, inspiring viewers one by one. With every stream he plays his part, putting encouragement in every heart. Oh, Rocket Wolf on the stream so bright, chasing shadows, bringing the light. With pixels flashing and a voice so clear, banishing boredom, calming fear. He delights and lifts us high, with wisdom shared beneath the digital sky. Entertaining, full of cheer. So glad to have a Rocket Wolf here. So tune on in, don't delay. Let Rocket Wolf brighten up your day. Yeah, Rocket Wolf, keep shining on. Stream until the break of dawn, or whenever you sign on. Woo! Woo! The world outside feels gray and slow. Got that screen fatigue, nowhere to go. Scrolling feeds the same old view, wishing for something fresh and new. Then a ping, a welcome sight. Rocket Wolf's going live tonight. Click the link, the channel loads. Time to share the daily loads. Oh, Rocket Wolf on the stream so bright, chasing shadows, bringing the light. With pixels flashing and a voice so clear, banishing boredom, calm There's a story kind and true, words of wisdom shining through. Oh, rocket wolf on the stream so bright, chasing shadows, bringing the light, with pixels flashing and a voice so clear, banishing boredom, calming fear. He delights and lifts us high, with wisdom shared beneath the digital sky, entertaining, full of cheer. So glad to have a rocket wolf here. It's
And a good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good time zone, wherever you're at in the world. We are live in the Rockwell Studios in far north Queensland, Australia, the island continent. And it is a Transwarp Tuesday here in Australia. And it is Swatch Internet time at 007 here in Australia, as well as where you're at. So it is the same time everywhere around the world. And we are doing a Transwarp Tuesday today with beautiful weather outside. A little late on the stream today. We had an opportunity to take an appointment earlier than what was scheduled 3 weeks down the road. So we took advantage of it and did that this morning. So we got started a little late. So we'll run a little late, which is fine. We were actually, according to the weather service, we're 63 degrees, but according to this weather, we're at 71 degrees with no rain in the area. Hope everyone is doing well. It's not quite a Transwarp Tuesday in the UK, Europe, and Africa, and still a Moonraker Monday in the USA, Canada, and Mexico. And there in Toledo, it is 72 degrees too, spot on the comfort zone. And I did read in the news this morning that, wow, the west coast, the left coast of the U.S. is going through a heat wave, or expecting a heat wave. Crazy, crazy temperatures out there already for mid-June. Apparently are well above normal. I think they're expecting between the 90s and 100s and 110, something like that. Crazy stuff. Was just taking a look at a little something this morning as we got back. Little game called Tiny Town. Or not Tiny Town, Town to City. Which,
I think I played the demo of that.
Yeah, that's looking pretty interesting. It came out on May 27th as a 1.0, and it's got overwhelmingly positive reviews of almost 4,000 reviews. And it's looking pretty cool as a city builder. The only problem is it's $42 for me, which is kind of rich for the wallet. Yeah, a little pricey, but it looks pretty interesting.
If that's the one I played the demo of, it's pretty fun.
Yeah.
There were a couple that had demos that I tried out that I went, if I get money, could be fun.
Yeah, indeed. It's looking pretty good. So that's going to be on my radar for a few months. Maybe we'll watch to see if there's going to be a Steam discount or something like that in the near future that we might be able to take care of. Oh, good morning. Good evening to you. Thank you very much. Yeah, so we're going to keep an eye on that a little bit to see where that goes price-wise. Let's see, what else? We could actually just kind of go ahead and get on over to our game scene here and get Satisfactory fired up. I was thinking about a few things in Satisfactory, one of which is the transportation system. So wheeled transport versus train transport or rail transport. And I was just thinking about how the wheeled transport is more of a novelty than anything else, because one thing that you measure against transport speeds or throughput is how fast belts are versus how fast wheeled or rail transport is in their carry capacity. So belts can be stretched across the map and can deliver what tier 4 belts are 480 items per minute on a belt. And trucks or wheeled transport, I don't think can actually get that kind of speed. Plus, I'm not too sure about carry capacity, so let's just put one down here. Hey, Mr. Zombie, how are you doing, mate?
Hey, zombie.
How many cars can go on a train? You mean wagons? Train wagons? I don't think there's a limit. Oh, hold on. I want to see the, 3, 6, 7, 8. 6 times 8, 48 slots. I think that's about the same for a train. So trucks are kind of a novelty item because their speed. They don't move so fast. My power in my game is broken. Oh no, I can't seem to get my coal generators powered up at full capacity, even with enough water and coal. Really? Is it tripping the circuit breaker? No limit, but you have an engine for every 8 cars. You put on a train, moves as fast as it can. Major Tom, thank you very much for that watch streak. 30 stream streak, awesome. Made 15 generators, cut the power to the main grid, right, that was right, and was only producing 600 megawatts? Interesting. So you're using the 300 cubic meter pipes? Yep, MK1 pipes. So that's a maximum of 6 generators per pipeline. And however many, one water extractor should be able to feed 6 generators. That's plenty. One water extractor can feed 6 generators. Mr. Ater, how are you doing, mate? It's 8 generators to 3 extract. That's actually incorrect, zombie. I know that's the I know that's what's going around the internet. it's not 8 generators to 3 extractors because the pipe is only 300 cubic meters per minute max, and 6 generators requires 270 cubic meters. So you can't actually get a 7th in there without going over 300 because they're 45 cubic meters each. 270 and 45 puts you over 300. So it's I think that you just do 1 pipe per extractor and feed it in every other generator. Right. So that's not, yeah. So that's not a true, an extractor will extract, what, 45 per minute, I think? Let's check something out. Yes, it's 6.666. Ooh, it's a bit rainy over here. So I've got 4 extractors running 18 generators. And what we've done is sharded up the extractor. A normal extractor is 120 per minute. So a normal extractor is 120 per minute. A generator requires 45 per minute. If you do the default settings, no sharding or anything like that, you can get it's 120 minute per water extractor, which is 360 minute for 3 of them, which is 60 per minute unused because the pipe only holds 300 cubic meters per minute. So it's like you were saying, 2 2/3. And the generators require 45 each. So the math is 6 times 45 is 300, right? 6 times 50 is 300. So 6 times 45 is 270. If you do another generator, a 7th generator, that's 315. So the 3 to 8 ratio is not a true 3 to 8 ratio because you have to split pipes up but we're usually talking one pipe. So using one pipe, which is where you get a true ratio from, how many generators can you run on a single pipe? So it's 2 2/3 to 6 generators. So if you're running separate pipes, then you're not doing a ratio, because it's based on the maximum capacity of the pipe compared to the maximum output of the water extractors and the maximum usage of the generators. So if you separate the pipe out of a single pipe into multiple pipes, well, then you can run any number of generators off of any number of extractors as long as you don't exceed the 300 per minute pipe capacity. And that's not a ratio, that's just building networks.
I am so tired today. I keep falling asleep.
Uh-oh, that sounds like an early bedtime.
And I slept last night. I got close to 8 hours of sleep last night.
There's no question that it runs the way you're describing, Ater, but that's not a ratio. That is simply piping water to generators using multiple different pipes. You know, that's not a ratio, that's just a network. But if you're talking a ratio of how many generators you can run off of a single pipe fed by X number of water extractors, it's 2 2/3 water extractors per pipe, and 6 generators can run off of that pipe. But 8-3 is not the ratio, not per pipe. Which is the limitation.
It rounded it up.
No, the actual limitation is the pipe itself. So when people are playing the game, the first tier of pipe that's available to them before the 600 is the 300 tier pipe. So that's what the working ratio is based on, is the tier 1 pipe. Eight generators to 4 water distractors. That's right, Tug. So 3 water extractors produce 360 cubic meters. One pipe can only utilize 300 of that for the tier 1 pipe starting out. On a 600 cubic meter pipe, that's a different story. 3 extractors will fill the pipe, and then there will be 60 cubic meters unused, because 3 extractors is 360 a minute on a 300 per meter cubic meter pipe. So 60 is unused. There is no doubt that you can set up 3 extractors to feed 8 generators. 8 generators is 360 cubic meters per minute demand. With multiple pipes going to those 8 generators. Yeah, so what we're doing is we're doing 4 generators. Of course, only 3 of them are in use. So as far as the lights go, we've got 1, 2, 3 generators. We sharded them. We're doing 18 generators and it optimized the flow. As you can see, we're at 90% or 98% efficiency. And the reason it's 98% is because I put an extra 5 cubic meters per minute in there. If I ran these at 270, they would all be 100% utilization with their shards, and we're feeding 18 generators. So that ratio, 3 to 18. But if you're talking unsharded and basic, three water extractors, it's actually 2 2/3 water extractors. A C-shaped pipe. 2 go one extractor, other 2 go the other way, and then they meet in the middle of generators. Yeah, that's doable too, Tug. The fluid dynamics are real in the game, however, just keep that in mind. If you have water coming in from 2 different directions, there's going to be a wave action and there's going to be a compete action. So when you're talking about fluid flow, fluid dynamics, or the flow of fluid, typically you do want to go one direction. You don't want them coming from 2 different directions and meeting in the middle. I mean, but it does work. It just doesn't work supremely. I've never had a problem with them. My pipes are 100% full, coming from one direction. They're always at the current amount in the pipes. The pipes are always full up to their rated capacity. And one example of how the fluid dynamics actually work in the game is on my older save over at Crater Lake. And I have an entire water system without a single pump on it. And it well exceeds the 10-meter head lift on it. Yeah, those T-junctions are not working really well, Zombie, that's for sure. Yeah, Tug, you know, that's the thing. So if you provide more water to the pipe system than it needs, you can feed water into a pipe system from any direction, and it'll keep the pipes saturated. Loading, loading, loading. I can't remember if this is the one. This might be it. I do have a jelly pad there. Where's my launcher at? Thought I had a jelly pad launcher around here somewhere. Wow. Encroaching objects clearance. Really? Never mind. This is our Crater Lake water network. There's no pumps on this system. This system right here with all 2,400 cubic meter tanks are full. And we're feeding all these, what do we got? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. 20 generators. Our water extractors are running at default normal speed, 120 a minute. They've only got 10 meters head lift. So we've got 5, 10, 15, 20. 20 meters up to the first row of pipes. No pumps on any of these, so the maximum head lift is 10 meters. "10 meters head lift on the pipes, and there's not a single pump on this entire network. Not a single pump, and the pipes are all full. So it comes up one pipe, or each pipe brings it up to the inner circle here. Not a single pump here. And then it lifts it even higher. Output brings it up even more to reach the generators. Every pipe is full, every generator is satisfied. None of them are sharded. This is all default operation here. So this is the way fluid dynamics actually work in the game. So as long as you can get a cyclonic motion to the water, which is why they're angled and they're not straight up. They're angled to give it a cyclonic flow up through the pipes, which defeats the maximum 10 meters head lift. And when you have that velocity of fluid flow running through the pipes, you don't actually need pumps. And that's why that works. And it keeps 20 generators happy, and I've actually got room for more. Hang on, 20 generators, so we're at 600 cubic meters on the pipes. Yep, 600 cubic meters, 45. What does our math say? 600 divided by 45. That's actually 13.3 generators. So coming off of this one pipe, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, we've defeated that 13.3 limit because we have pipes feeding in off of all of these reservoirs. So we're actually not limited to the 13.3. I don't even know how many generators I could actually sustain on here as long as one pipe doesn't exceed feeding 13.3 generators on one segment. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can go another 8 in that direction and satisfy that demand. And I can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can go another 7 if I didn't run into terrain. So I could add another 15 to the ends of this, which will be 35 generators running off the same water supply. And nary a pump to be seen. But as far as generic default, starting out a new save, 3 extractors at full capacity, 360 cubic meters per minute, can feed 8 generators, just not on a single pipe. So as far as that ratio goes, yes, 360 cubic meters of water pumped out can feed 8 generators on a multiple pipe setup, but if you're only using a single pipe, then it's only 6 generators. We actually can turn on, I wonder if I've got enough supplies. Should be able to. What's our coal requirement? 15 per minute? 15 per minute? 6, 12, 18, 24. That's 360 a minute coal. And we're using MK3s. MK3s, I think, are 270. That's right, so 270 and 270, 540. As long as we've got, yep, there we go, 480 coming in. Whoops. Hate that. So 12 times 15 is 180. That's plenty for tier 3 belts. Not snapping for some reason. That's all right, it doesn't have to snap. Whoopsie. Oh, that's already full. All right, there's 24 generators fed. It's gonna take them. Oh, it's got. Looks like all the generators already have 50 cubic meters. Yeah. Oops. Yeah. we go. 24 generators online. 2,300 megawatts. So Tug, there, I did a little bit of checking on that. A water extractor, I think, is 15 megawatts. And sharded up, we're at 45. So 3 shards. Each shard is, well, no, not each shard. So 1 water extractor is 15 megawatts. Yeah, 15 megawatts. And with 3 shards, not quite at full power, is 45 megawatts. So 3 shards is like 3 water extractors in one. Same amount of electrical usage. So 1 sharded extractor is the same as 3 unsharded. It's still 45 megawatts. And that's why we're able to do 24 generators off of 4 extractors. This one looks like it's not... Yep, 275. $275, $275. So instead of setting them at 270, I did 275. So they're each pumping an extra 5 cubic meters of water per minute. It doesn't need to, but it just felt like, you know, why not have that extra 20 cubic meters in the system or available in the system? I could set them all on 270 and that would be 100% utilization, 100% optimized.
So what's the advantage to doing it the way you did it?
It's a very minimal reduction in the amount of electrical usage. So instead of running them at a, I could run them all at full power. That's extra electrical usage going to waste. That's all it is. So if I cranked this up to 250%, that's extra power usage and extra water in the system, both of which are not getting used. Hey, Hunter, how are you doing, mate? Good evening.
Hey, Hunter.
So if I wanted this 99% here, let's get rid of the to-do list for a second. If I wanted to get this 99% efficiency up to 100%, I would just back this down to 270. And then it would produce exactly 270 cubic meters per minute. It would be running 100% of the time. I'm saving a little bit of electricity, 43.8. And it'll take a minute, but this will eventually turn to 100%. Too much adulting for Monday? Oh no, there we go. We're at 100%. And that's 225% overclocked, so we're producing exactly 270 cubic meters per minute. So I just threw in an extra 5. And that just means the machine won't operate 100% of the time. It'll operate 99% of the time. How did I know that was going to happen? I mentioned it yesterday that the council was going to come out and cut the dead grass across the road there, and sure enough, today they did. Not much really. So I've just been talking a little bit about transport, truck versus train, or wheeled versus rail. And it seems like, oh, this might be a problem. A little bit of a problem. Wheeled transport, they've got a 48 slot capacity, but they move really slow. And I was doing the comparison to belted, you know, bringing belts across the landscape at 480 a minute, which is far faster than a truck. Plus, you have to add the fact that trucks have to be fueled. So they may have 48 slots, and let's just say that's 100 per slot, 100 items per slot. Let's say it's ore. What are ingots? 100 ingots, I think, are 200. Well, even ore, I think, is 200. I don't know. But let's say each slot was 100 items. That's 4,800. And they only move at the speed of the truck. Plus, you have to maintain the truck by feeding it fuel, which is a whole extra operation. Versus a more efficient transport is rail. Rail only requires electricity. And it's got some pretty serious speed. And depending on how many cars you attach to the locomotive, you can move a lot of product a lot faster and a lot more efficiently without having to maintain fuel than using trucks. So in my mind, trucks are a novelty. It's just a novelty item. With that being said, we got ads coming up in a minute, or in 2 minutes. Trains are limited by belt speed. Yeah, for loading. Oh, yeah, unloading and unloading. That's right. So that means that, as far as efficiency goes, that means trains can move a lot of product from one location to another and can sit there until they're unloaded, or sit there until they're loaded, and they're loaded at belt speed. Trucks, you can't get that kind of operation, because trucks just don't move fast enough to be to equal a belt. You can't get the speed out of a truck as the movement of the belt. Yep. So like I say, I think I've come to the conclusion it's just a novelty item. Hang on a second. Be right back, and it's just going to attend to Peanut for a second.
Research completed. High-speed connector recipe unlocked. New Caterium research available.
Okay, sorry about that. God, the adulting never ends.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Peanut broke his
Yeah, that's
braces.
the big myth of adulting is that it's some glorious thing when it really isn't.
Yep.
That's not good. He
Yeah,
broke his braces.
he chomped into an apple and broke one of the wires on the upper braces. So
So when I had braces, apples were only allowed to be cut up. I wasn't
yeah,
allowed to eat a regular apple. I
yeah,
had to cut it up first.
he knew that.
End of conversation.
Yeah, he knew that. You cannot chomp into an apple or anything hard like that. Let me get caught up since I missed a bunch of stuffs here. Let me go back. Understood. Right, trucks. They're a pain to get moving and they're slow. Yep, and they require fuel. Hey, Chris 328. How are you doing? Belts are a lot of work to
Hey,
set up,
Chris.
but always stable and solid after set. Yeah, that's it. Belts are reliable. Belts are reliable. Oh, we had a 3-minute break. Oh.
Yeah.
I think what Chris is talking about, Hunter, is just that, you know, you have to sometimes aim and twist and turn, and they have a specific length. You know, I mean, it is point and click, but it is a little bit of maneuvering. Yeah. A lot of work if across the map. Yeah, because of terrain. Because they have to be attached to terrain. Trains can be elevated and whatnot. Yeah, see, Chris is in the same boat with us. Trucks are just a novelty item. They're just not worth it. Thanks for the welcome back. So I think even though I was I mean, in this new update, version 1.2, they added fluid trucks, but again, fluid trucks are going to be just as much of a novelty as anything because the trains have fluid cars. Or fluid wagons.
Can you think of a time when it would ever be advantageous to use a truck over a train?
I've been trying to, because, you know, I was thinking about this last night when I was going to bed, and it was just really, really kind of bugging me that, you know, they introduced the trucks with the fluid tanks on them, and it got me to thinking, but wait a minute, when are trucks useful? And I couldn't think of anything because as soon as I did the comparison, oh, okay, let's say you put a tier 4 belt down, moves 480 per minute. Trucks can't move as fast as that belt. I don't even think they move as fast as a tier 3 belt. So just with that comparison alone, it's like, well, why would I use a truck that doesn't move product fast enough from point A to point B? And I still can't come up with a justification where there is an actual use case. Plus, coupled with that, you've got to stick fuel in it, which means there's got to be a fuel production somewhere. Then you have to send it to the truck station so that when the truck pulls in, it can refuel. That's a whole nother metric of the transportation system for trucks, is adding fuel to that mixture. So I really can't think, and it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, I just can't think of a use case where trucks are advantageous over trains or belts. Maybe somebody in chat can come up with something. And yeah, you know what, Chris, that's right. Trains are a lot of work to set up, designing and all that kind of stuff. Hey, Mr. Dova, how are you doing, mate? Trains are a little bit of work to set up. However, they're flexible, like setting up belts. They will twist and turn, and you can make some incredibly unique shapes out of those. But I like to make them look good. So I want to have train supports. I might want to have some concrete underneath them, that kind of thing. Signaling can be tricky for some people, but only until it gels in your mind how the signals work, and then they just become fluid. You just know exactly how to use the signaling. And fortunately, there's only two. There's only block signals and choice again, these are the block signals and choice signals we were talking about. Path signals. So path signals are for choosing one of two paths to take, like a Y or fork in the road. Block signals are only to segment off certain lengths of track to signal to a train. If that segment is occupied by a train, the light will be red and the train cannot proceed. If it's not occupied, the light will be green and the train can proceed. So the traffic signal helps with situations like two-way traffic on a single rail, and you can put block signals on both sides of the track to handle the operation of trains moving through that two-way track. And path signals are only choices for forks in the road. So those go right in front of a split in the rail. Well, the combination, so in an intersection, like say you have a fork in the road, you want to have the path signal right in front of the fork, and then after the fork, you have a normal block signal. So that transitions back to a segment of the track being clear or not. So you'll have a path signal before the Y, and then you have a block signal on each path, one going left and one going right after the split. And that's basically it. That's the basic rules of the signaling, and that keeps trains flowing. And the thing is even though it's a little bit of a learning curve, once you've experimented with the signals and watched how the trains pass through intersections, and watching the status of the light changing red and green, you'll start to get that mental picture of how they work, and it just becomes second nature after a while. And fortunately, like in Foundry, using the signals, when you highlight a signal, it actually color codes the segments of the track so you can see what block is what intersection is a block, and where you're missing a signal or something like that. And general rule of thumb, IRL as well as in games, signals should never be closer together than the maximum length of a single train. So if you've got a train that's got 2 engines on it with 8 cars in between them, that's 10 car train. You don't want your signals to be any closer than a 10-car train unless it's in a congested area, because a train typically only takes up one segment of track. But in congested areas where there's a high traffic, you may have a single train take up 2 segments of track, and your signals will be closer together than the total length of your train. And that's perfectly fine, because all it means is the last signal past the full length of your train tells any oncoming traffic the segment's occupied and the signal will be red and you can't proceed past that signal, which prevents a collision. Okay, so this is where we're going to set up the warehouse. And I was thinking really hard last night about how I wanted to set up the warehouse. Before I head back over there, Mr. Hunter, so this is the spot where we can set up the biofuel. Did you have an idea of how you wanted to set up that biofuel? Liquid biofuel, sorry. Oh, you did a temp one? Where's it at? By the coal? Over by the power plant. Okay. Oh, wait, are we going to use coal or liquid bio? Hang on. It's liquid bio. So that must be, I'm just trying to think. That's coal plus leaves? Oh. Is that thermal? Yep, no worries. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, just temp. Just something to load up into the cloud. Yes. This water's not deep enough for water extractors? Probably not. Is this geothermal, or is this just, it's deep enough for 2 to 3 extractors? This is cosmetic? Okay. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's geothermal or anything. It may not even be deep enough for... Oh, there's one. One can fit in there. Yeah, it's very limited. Yeah. Super limited. I gotta refresh my memory. Liquid biofuel is water plus bio. So you set up a whole biofuel operation over at the coal plant? Oh. Well, we can do a continuously, yeah, we can do a, since we're going to upload that to the cloud, we can have a continuous supply of it. So if we just stick an extractor down here, with our solid biofuel up there. That way we only have to babysit putting the leaves and the wood in to create solid biofuel. We can do that. Oh look, a jetpack. Nice. Too bad you can't have a jetpack and a parachute. Is that right, Chris? There's is there a, well, there would need to be, for geothermal, it has to have spouts, right? I think. I think there has to be spouts for the geothermal. Yeah. It's the Caterium? Yeah, okay. We do have a geothermal close by, but I think, like Hunter's saying, this is just a cosmetic because there's nothing indicating you can place a machine or something up here. This is our hot water bath. This is our public bath, hot water bath. Oh, hang on, hang on. There's a spout right there. Geyser. Normal. Okay, so there is a geyser here, which means there's probably more than one. So the geyser is a little different than a geothermal. The geothermal has like 6 little blowholes around the center. And a geyser, I think, just uses a single machine. I'm not sure. I can't remember. God, it's been too long since I've done this. Yeah, an extractor of it's I think the geyser does use a water, is it not a water extractor? It uses a some sort of pump. Oh, okay, I see. And we got a box full of wood and leaves here that we can put... Where's the start? Oh, that's just putting biofuel in. We just need a constructor. I'm pretty sure. To turn leaves and wood into biofuel. Oh. And one for biomass. Let's change this to biomass. Oh my God, sorry about that. Let's use wood first. Wow, you used to be able to put things pretty close. Oh well, clips a little bit into a pipe. Big deal, right?
Flipping's not the end of the world.
Yeah, won't kill anything. Close enough for government work, that's right. And this one will be solid. Okay. There. Now, as long as we feed the monster leaves and wood, then we should have a continuous supply of solid bio converted into liquid bio. Fortunately, the developers provided a plentiful source of vegetation, however finite. It'll get us through until we get hover pack. Which we're not in a rush for anyway. And there's actually a goodly amount of wood available as well. And mycelia, because I believe mycelia turns into bio. All right, now we can see around our machines a little bit. All right. Nice and steady. Steady as she goes. Production at 2,300. All right, let's get to the warehouse. start taking a look at a little bit of design. And jump. No, how we doing on slugs? Have we packed up? Oh, shards, right. Well, wow, we got 300. That should last us a little while, eh? What else are slugs used on besides shards? Wasn't there something in the, oh, we probably did them all already in the MAM? Ah, right, duplicator. Yeah, so once we get past needing slugs, this doesn't give a used in, does it? Doesn't tell you what they're used in. But pretty sure it's just power shards. Yeah. And whatever the MAM wants. Are we all done with them in the MAM? Have we unlocked all the MAM requirements for slugs? Yep, okay, cool. So I reckon we are done with those, hey? Upsies. Let's, whoa. Easy, rocket. Let's not eliminate any power. Any power lines. There we go, that should do it. Is that Caterium? It is. Ooh. Oh, it's marked. Yeah. Okay, cool. Hey, you look like you need a itch scratched. There you go, itch scratched. That is a horrible parkour there, Rocket. Okay. Now, what do we got for ores? So we got iron, copper, aluminum, deuterium, and steel. I mean, for ingots. Aluminum, copper, iron, deuterium, steel. And then the obligatory concrete. All right, let's see what we've got for the blueprints. I'm pretty sure. There we go. Yes. Okay. Those have tier 5. Oh, I wonder if those tier 5 belts will show up. It won't make much sense. Input is on this side. Oh, I wonder why blueprint. I wonder what that means. Blueprint mode has a big. We don't need an auto connect. All right, let's line that up on the center line. Yep. Wow. Tier 5 lifts. That's convenient. And tier 5 belts. That's convenient. Perfect. All right. So this is actually the feed in. Yeah. So the way this works, you only need a feed coming in to the box. It will go through the box over to the last box. And then it'll go up into that one, and then it'll go up into that one. And then there's the out feed at the very top. So the furthest box actually fill up first. That, of course, will go out to the distribution center. So let's say level 1 is iron. Actually, it doesn't have to be. We can have all of the ingots on the same floor. Yep. That's all we need. It's a little bit of headroom.
All right, I'm gonna jump off.
Betty bye time.
Yep.
Thanks for the redeem. Thanks for coming to watch.
Thanks for streaming. I will leave a lurk and be there for the raid when you do raid out in a couple of hours.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that. And thank you for the lurk. Have a good rest when you get there.
Thank you. Sooner rather than later, I think.
Right on.
Night.
Good night. So if we get 6 rows, that'll be iron, copper, steel, aluminum, deuterium, and concrete sacks. That'll be the input, or well, we'll have an input for each of those. And then output can be above. Yeah. Output can be above. So let's do this. Let's grab a little bit of, that's about right. Wow, I wonder if I guessed that just right. Wow. What are the chances of that? I eyeballed that. That was... Nope. I did that on purpose. Heh. Yep, I did that on purpose. Let's try. All right, so if that is... I'm standing on 5. That's the middle of 5. And we want the big concrete floor. Yeah, players in the way, because you're looking at the wrong end. That's actually on top of the wall. I don't want it on top of the wall. Alright, let's do this. I want to look at the edge of the wall. Like that. And, yep, deleting 1, 2, 3, 4, and there's the end. There we go. Now we don't have any overlapping, and we've got a 50 or 5, whatever that is. I guess that's 50 tiles. Perfectly lined up with the bottom one. Almost. There's an extra one over here. Huh. Yep, there's an extra row down there. Not sure why. There. Now it's even straight up. Oh, we got ads coming up here shortly. All right, this will be our pickup point up here to send to the distribution center as needed. All right, so let's do this. So this can be our first row iron. And then center line, edge, center line. So we might get a little clip if we set another one here. Let's see what it looks like. Oh, that would be big time clipping. No, we don't want that. That looks fine right there. Yep. Oh, this is missing something. Ah, no, they're not. Okay. Ah, yeah, belts at the top. Ah, we're missing belts at the top. They're not complete. Yep, this one right here. So in at the bottom, all the way to the top. A belt over to this one, a belt over to that one, and then a belt over to that one. So it's actually missing 2 sets of belts. Okay. From 1 to 2, 2 to 3, and then 3 to 4, and then up. Yep. Wow, an incomplete model. That sucks. Yep, so in at the bottom goes all the way up. And then that one, yep, goes over there. And then this one goes over there. Yep, 1 on one side, 2 on the other. Just like on the ground. Two on one side. Oh, it's missing 1 on the other. Okay. So this is the input. Input. Yep. Hold on. Input, output at the back. Oh, hang on, I see now. Okay, in at the bottom, out at the top. That's an output into here. That's an output, that's an output. Okay, output, input, output, input. Input fills the box, or goes through the box. Why does that output come back in? Now I can't even remember how I did that. All right, Rocket, get your brain wrapped around this. Holy moly. Did we just go through an ad break? Oh my God, we just went through an ad break and Body the Spectre. Body the Spectre didn't say we started the ads. It said coming up in 5 minutes. You're subscribed, Hunter, so you wouldn't have seen an ad. I guess we had ads. It says 52 minutes until next ad. What the what? Spectre dropped the ball. Both sides are inputs. So that's coming out of the top box down into this box. That can't be right. Yeah, it is. It's got to be right. I mean, it is. All right. So, goes into the first box. It cannot go up. It has to go left into this one. Goes out on the other belt. Comes into this one. Comes out here. In. Out. Then in. Out. Then in, and it can't go anywhere but up, which it does. Goes into that box. No. It goes up. So it goes up one, goes through that box, up to that one, and then out at the top. Oh yeah, that's how it backfills. Out at the top, around into this one, back down, out of that one, into this one, back down, into that one. That's how it backfills. Yes. Okay. That is correct. So it's just missing a few belts on the bottom, that's all. Nope, it's not missing belts at all. Nope, the model is correct. It's not missing any belts at all. 2 on the bottom, 1 at the top on the other opposite side. One on the top on the opposite side. Yep, alright, model's correct. I don't know why I was thinking that was broken. One row of conveyor lifts, 1 row of conveyor lifts. Nope, that's correct. Okay. Iron. Copper. Nope. Yep. Iron, copper, deuterium, aluminum. And concrete. All right. Oh, sorry. Iron, copper, steel, aluminum, concrete, right? 1, 2, 3. No. Iron, copper, steel, aluminum, deuterium, and one more is concrete. That's why we got the extra space. Okay. Well, that's us. That's the first layer. And boom. All right, hold that thought a second. Bear it back. All right, sorry about that. I'm back. All right, so this is the incoming segment. Actually, let's do this. Oh, thank you, sir. Oops. What? One more? There we go. Okay. All right, now since we're doing east-west, expansion will be toward the west. The warehouse will never reach that power pole. That's plenty of room. The warehouse will never be that big. So, let's take this one and the up will always be on the edge. The center is on... Yep. No, that's the wrong side. The center is on this line. And that means there will be a floor hole here. Right? Yep. On the quarter line. Right on the edge. Yep. This is in the wrong spot. Oh, this is going to face the other direction. It's going to face that direction to the east. All right. So that'll be iron, copper, steel, aluminum, deuterium, and sacks of concrete. And this will be the center line. Okay, that's perfect. Now, these will be facing out. Yep. It's going to do its thing anyway. Oops. I just placed a lift somewhere that it didn't need to be. There we go. Okay. That one's not exactly on the center line, is it? Nope. That one is. That one is. I guess it doesn't matter. Only near the wall. All right, we have our inputs. Okay, input coming this way. I guess we do need an extra row here. This is a 12 by. Something doesn't look right there. Lifts are back to back. Yeah, it's just an optical delusion. Okay. Incoming on the east side, outgoing on the east side. Actually, outgoing can be on the west side if I wanted it to, because there's actually not going to be any obstruction. All right, since this is going to be a train or trains delivering, we're going to need a sort line. So one drop station with a sort line. Oops, that was only 9. So this is going to take a smart split. Wonder what the difference is between a programmable splitter and the smart splitter. Splits one conveyor belt into 2 or 3. A filter can be set for each output to allow a specific part to pass through. Split one conveyor belt into 2 or 3. Multiple filters can be set for each output to allow specific parts to pass through. multiple filters. Oh. Instead of a single option for each port. Gotcha. Right, I'm with you. So that's what we're going to need because we have 6 items passing through. All right, so we'll have 6 items passing through that one, 5 items passing through that one, 4 items passing through this one, and then it's just a smart splitter, 3, 2, and 1. Okay. Right. It's not gonna snap, is it? It's not gonna snap. All right, fine. That's not even close to lined up anyway. That's lined up. It's probably not connected, but it is lined up. That's what I was doing. That's what I was doing. It didn't, it's control, I think. Okay, programmable, that's, 6, 5, 4. Yeah, control and shift are not doing shift by itself. Oh, maybe it's because it wasn't looking. There it is. It's control. You have to, it's not detecting the belt right off the bat. Now, this is only 3 items, so this can be a smart split. Smart split. And a smart split. Okay. No worries, mate. Okay, so the very first item center output. No. Right output, nothing. Left output. Will be copper. Steel. Oops. Deuterium. Oopsie. And concrete. Oh crap. Facing the wrong way. Did it again. There we go. To the right will be copper. And then any. Actually, this could have been any. Oh my god, these can all be smart splitters. Any can go left. We only need the filter for the port going into the storage. That's a waste of resources. Yeah. Why is it doing that? It won't rotate. And it's not lined up. Why won't it rotate? I want my output. Oh my god. Yes, I want it there. That's what I want. Why is it changing the direction and doesn't let me rotate? Snap mode. Rotate. Scroll up and down. Scroll is not changing. In, out, in. In. That's an in. Rotate. That's what we want. This is the only one. I don't even know if this is connected. That will be, start at the front. All right, now we're facing in the direction straight through is iron, none, and any. Now facing the center is any, and the right is copper. Any. To the right is steel. Copper, iron, steel. This one is deuterium. This one is aluminum. We don't have aluminum unlocked yet. Well, that's going to be a bummer. Let's put aluminum on the end since it's not unlocked yet. That's going to suck, though. Putting concrete in the middle. Let's change that to none for the moment, which means concrete will pass through and come to here. There we go. Okay. Iron, copper, steel, deuterium, aluminum, and concrete. Excellent. Now, that's going to be a lot of different products coming in on one belt. It's actually going to be a lot of products traveling down one belt. And we've only got one input per item. That's correct. Which means the rest of these, with 6 different items coming in on one belt, all right, let's think about this for a second. We want them sorted. It doesn't matter whether they're sorted right here or coming off of the train. Otherwise, we'd have 6 separate trains coming in. Maybe that's a better idea. I've uploaded a lot of goodies to cloud. Oh! What have we got uploaded? Spheres, sloops, excellent. Computers, excellent. Hard drives, circuit boards, heavy modular frames, that's nice. AI limiters. Can you remove an item? I guess not. I guess just every item. I guess just every item is going to be listed, even if there's 0. Oscillators, gas filters, used modular frames, awesome. Electromagnetic control rods. Aluminum casings, turbo motors, high-speed connectors, aluminum clad sheets. Oh, that aluminum clad sheets is an unlock for one of the HDs out near here, Hunter, if you haven't been out this way. Homing rifle ammo, wow. Alright, so out here, I believe this one, no. Oh, I think you got it already. Or this one, 25 turbo motors. No, the one near the base. Did you get that one? Right on this cliff edge? I think it's right here. That needed the Alumaclad. The radiation zone. I don't know if you got that one. Turbo motors. Did we have turbo motors? 11 of them, yep. Wow, look at all that exploration. Nice. A lot of apples or onions. Got with that one up at 120 meters. Got what that one needed. All right, if I'm not mistaken, I think what the problem I ran into on What does this look like? Train station right and train station left. It's a single train station. I think the problem I was running into... It's 48 slots also. When it unload, oh right, so it only unloads from either the top left or the bottom right. So when we started, let's say a train came in with iron, copper, and caterium, and it filled up, let's say, two rows each. That train would go back and get more items, and if the first 2 rows of iron weren't done and started on the copper, it would drop off the iron and be sitting there waiting to unload the rest, but then the unloading would begin again at the top left square instead of continuing where it was. That's what the problem with multiple items going into a single drop. I had a filtration system set up on the output side of the train. So I set up these filter splitters to send parts back in which worked okay in my other save that we were just in, but it still would get clogged from time to time. Oh, welcome back. Hey, listen, on the map, did you visit the one location that's radiated near the base? Right on this shelf right here that needed the alumaclad plates to unlock it? Did you do that one? No? Okay, so the alumaclads that you put up in the dimensional storage, I think it's only like 25 alumaclad or something like that, should unlock that one. If you don't want to risk it because of the radiation, I can do that one. Okay, no worries. Definitely gonna need more platform for that. These things are massive. So center of 1, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 4 tiles wide. Oh, that was a station and a cargo. All right, so let's go from the edge of here. 1, 2, 3, 4. That should be... and it all depends on where the rail is going to line up at. If I put that rail right on the center line between two blocks, that does leave enough room to come in. I'm not keen with the rail being right in the center. I like them. Wow, that still overhangs. 1, 2, 3, 4. It overhangs on both sides of 4 tiles. Sheesh, 4.25 meters wide. I think this is preferred. The rail is the center. Damn it. It's not lined up either. Shoot. Oh, ad break. That time Spectre did it. Yeah, that's too close. All right, hang on, we'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody. Now, the problem we're going to run into, like I did on the other one, thank you, sir. Problem we're going to run into, if we put 6 train stations up here, getting the product across the railroad track into each one. So the best way to do this, I think, would be to put a conveyor lift downtown and then bringing it back up, except for the first one. Now, that's 6 separate trains coming in, or if I lined them up one after the other, they'd have to wait. Coming through a station they don't need to stop at. So that would be 6 separate ones staggered. Do I do 6 separate ones staggered? Or risk them coming through in a straight line? Not to mention... Oh, they can go. Yeah, no, it can't be placed on the end of the station. The station itself is a stop. That's why it doesn't need a block signal. It's an automatic stop. I think staggered is... What do you think, chat? Staggered would be better? I think staggered would be better. Plus, you can only put them so close to the station. Ah, good point, Tug. Yep. That's right, because I wouldn't be able to fit to... We're already having to stagger because of the input for this one. Yep. Okay, That's a good point. Because a station and a cargo is so long that it covers up 2 or 3 of those or more. Yep. Alright, so staggered. We will do staggered. It should be lined up. Perfect. 32 machines. Nicely done, mate. This is a 12 by 12. Wow, this is going to go out a long way. We do need enough room for a loader. That should be enough room for a lift. Yeah. That's perfect. The only problem is the rail is not on the center line. Do I want to put the rail on the center line? It sure makes running rails a lot easier when it's in the center of a block, or at least the quarter sections. 1, 2, 3. That kind of sucks. I think that would be better. Yep. Wow. That takes up a lot of room. That's just 3 of the 6. Holy moly. Mr. Dragon! Yeah, this is storage. How are you doing this evening, mate? Yeah, man, they sure do. Freaking 4 tiles wide. 1, 2, 3, 4 and a half. So 5 tiles with a little space on each end. That's crazy amount of space. Huge machine. Yeah, well, fortunately, that's all right. Fortunately, we have plenty of space. It's just the massive size of these things is just blows me away. Yeah, I had thought about that earlier, But Tug brought up a good point. Putting them in line, the train station plus the one cargo dock, they're very long, so they won't line up with the ports. And that'll be a lot of snaky, underground snaky, plus the wait time that you're talking about.
Raiders detected.
Oh my god!
Welcome and enjoy your stay.
Holy moly, Mr. Conrad! Welcome in, Raiders. How is everybody doing? How is your stream, Conrad? Yeah, we're just trying to figure out some things here. We're building up a bit of a storage facility. And not struggling with, but you know, just trying to figure a few things out. You finished one build? Yeah, I know that feeling. We're just doing the storage, or the warehouse right now. Storage depot. Laying it out and trying to get a good idea what's going to work best for us. Crazy new stuff, though, in the game, hey? Oh, thank you very much for that follow. So right now we're just doing the staggered rotation of train stations coming in here to load into our storage area. But yeah, so what we're doing here, let me just pull up my notes so you guys can actually see what's going on. We're setting up the infrastructure for the main base and outlying factories. We're building the warehouse at the moment, and then we're going to build our manufacturing facilities, and then we're going to do our distribution center so that we can start getting things going where they need to be going. So that's the elevator over there. So that's going to be, that was more or less the temporary setup, but that's going to be kind of the main base of operations. So we've got the warehouse here, which seems to be a pretty good location because we're going to be bringing all these resources into the warehouse. The warehouse is going to be periodically sending things out to a distribution center, which I think is going to be in this area, somewhere here, just above probably the highest peak of these rocks in this valley. And then, of course, we'll have our outlying factories. And yeah, things will start moving along eventually. Built like a 10 or 11 story high building. I put 44 storages across, 11 high. All my trains came in on the bottom. Yep, and everything went out. Went down to the bottom of that, and then my trains picked up. Mine's going to be picking up from... It's going to be a little different than that, Tug, but the same basic idea. So this is the input side of the warehouse, with room to extend or expand all the way out to that power tower. So we've got all this room that we're going to extend the storage to. And mind you, this is just 6 items. This is just the iron, copper, steel, deuterium, aluminum, and concrete. And then that's the incoming at the bottom on the east side. And so far, I'm going with the outgoing on the top, in the same direction toward the east. So pickup will be up here, drop off will be down at the bottom. Unless I change my mind and decide to do the pickup on the west side. But that doesn't, it's right now that's not gelling in my mind, because as buildings go, when you put in walls and windows and stuff like that, I don't want a stair step. I'd much rather have them just kind of go straight up from where they're at. So drop off on the east side, next floor up is pickup, all items. And that way I don't have a whole lot of concrete extending out this way over the warehouse, you know, with trains coming in over the top of the warehouse picking up. So it just seemed more symmetrical to do that. And instead of going vertical, which, you know, we've got plenty of room to go vertical with storage, I'm just going to go out to the west there, because being that it's the 6 core items, the ingots and the concrete, I don't think I'm going to have that much storage that's going to extend all the way out to that power tower. That would be a crap ton of storage. Yeah, so far this is okay. As long as I don't run into I shouldn't run into problems. So trains leaving, I should very easily be able to get out and make my turns left or right. I've only got 2 more stations to put in. The big hole in the grassland that goes into the cave, that's right, but my storage unit right over top of that big, oh nice, sweet. Yeah, and you don't have to worry about chunk load issues. Yeah, oh! Watch where you step, Rocket. Yes, I agree 100%, Dragon. I am all about verticality, which we'll be doing for sure on the distribution center. But since this is only a 6-station warehouse bringing the raw materials in, this will be the exception to the verticality that I so enjoy. And I know you love that building vertical too, because there's so much space in outer space. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt, Tug. Alright, this is the only one. This is the only one that doesn't have to go underground. Oh, completely missed. Why did that miss? Oops. There we go. And for some reason, I find myself less interested in building them lately. Oh, really? Dragon and Conrad, probably the same question. How do you guys feel about trucks being just a novelty because of their limited speed, the fact that they need to be fueled, versus trains or just belting for throughput, speed, and convenience? Yeah, that's a tough ask, Tug, for sure. Looks like I will clear those rocks pretty okay. Convenience. What I'm trying to justify in my own mind, Dragon, is using trucks at all because limited speed, fuel, their carry capacity is like a, you know, a train. They got 48 slots, which that part I'm fine with, but it's just I can't find a use case that I'd be happy with using trucks. They're just too slow when just a simple belt is faster. You know what I mean? Buggies? Yeah, buggies have speed, but yeah, that's right. But again, demand, high demand or low demand item, because carry capacity is pretty limited on a buggy. You're talking about the Explorer, right? Right. Right, 1,200 a trip. Yep, yep. But again, that's speed, good. Capacity, negligible. But it's got to be fueled. You know what I never did? Are the Explorers automatically fueled like the trucks at a truck stop? Or do you have to hand? Okay, cool, automatic. That might be a consideration. That might be a consideration. Might have to look into that for the low to medium demand items. Ah, right. That's one of my problems. Our coal is scarce. There's like 3 locations in the entire northeast here. It's not a pretty picture. So there's one here, which this is good right here. Then we have this one here. I don't even think I'm close enough to scan for the other one, but there's only one other. Oh, here it is, coal right here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. You get the same energy in a power plant as a truck, right? Yeah, you're using the coal either way. Yeah. Wow, 8 coal nodes. Nice. I left mine on default settings, with the exception of dying and not losing stuff. And oh, I've also noticed, if anybody else might have noticed this, in the options when you pick between passive, retaliate, and default, passive and retaliate are identical. The mobs do not retaliate even on retaliate. They only attack in default, and that's whether you're attacking them or not. So yeah, it's a bug. It's just a bit of code they forgot to. Yeah, it did. It broke in one of the updates. I'm not sure if it's 1.1 or 1.2. I hadn't played since 1.0. So 1.1 went by and then 1.2 came out. So it's been a hot minute since I played. But yeah, it did work. But yeah. I can go and attack mobs all day long and they won't retaliate, even in retaliate mode. Okay, so I better just label these so I don't forget. And then get the belts connected underneath. Yep, no worries, mate. Have a great stream. Thanks for popping in. All right, so iron, copper, steel, caterium. And yeah, I know chat will probably give me hell for this, but I'm using the Americanized or alternate version of aluminum. Both are okay. Both are correct. Okay, that's our... Whoa! Now, let's get, we want to get some hangers in place and put the belts in. So let's do this. Let's just make it... I don't want to have to fly around to do it. Down, please. Down, down, down. I can't zoom down? Yes, I can. There we go. You know what would be really cool? I don't know if this was talked about or not, but when you're putting belts in underneath, wouldn't it be nice if they just had an automatic hanger? You know what I mean? What's it trying to do? Is it trying to go up? Yeah, it's trying to go up. Damn. It would be so nice if it would just... Hang on. Yeah, there's no mode that will do that. All right, let's see what my length is. I think it's 20. I think it's not 20. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tiles. Oop, oop, oop. Uh-oh. Hang on. Oh, we gotta go purchase those. Hunter, are you near the main base? Probably not. You out exploring. Okay. We gotta get hangers. But anyway, six tiles. 6 tiles belt length. What are these, 4x4? So 24 meters. Yeah, I'm gonna head that way to the shop to go get those. All right. No worries. $74, okay, that's plenty. I think it's only like 2 or 3 coupons. Let's see, what do we need? Equipment, right? Nope, not equipment. Architecture. Elevators are pretty cool, but I think they're pretty slow. Not there. There they are. One ticket. Woohoo! Right, you just said that too. What else might we need? We might need the wall hole. I'm not sure. We'll take a wall mount also. Anything else you'd like, Hunter, while I'm in here taking a peek at things? Oh, signs. Oh my god, yes, we need some signs. Ah, right, yep. Oh, we need, if we got concrete foundation, we probably need concrete wall, right? Or maybe steel wall? Maybe concrete wall. Just as an option? I don't know. Okay. Foundations, I think we're good on for a little bit. Walls. We might need some windows, I think. We could do steel or concrete. Let's do those for now. Architecture. We are going to need these. We're going to need these because I actually use the catwalk intersection. Where is it? There's a flat plate. No, I guess not. I do that for my round builds. Yeah, we're going to need that. Reckon that's it for now.
Where did you leave your lizard doggos? What's in this storage container? Where did you put the essential components needed to save humanity? Do you wish there was text to prevent you from constantly taking the wrong turn? Disguise your struggles to comprehend the complexity of your surroundings with signs.
I am muted. Thank you very much. Are you back at the hotel? We're gonna save right there because I have to do more, a little bit of handcrafting. Oh my god, I should have snoozed the ad break. Holy hell. I know, right? Because Rocket can't derp enough. Yes, it's over by the very first spawn point. So if you watch me fly by or zipline by, I'll show you where that's at. So just past this, about the second power pole west from the base, and you'll see it on the left. That was our original spawn right here. So the sink is there. It's fully active. That's how we got. That's why the tickets look like I didn't even spend any. Because I spent them and then printed them and then restocked them. They could have actually put a working door on this toilet. That would have been cool. Anyway. So, that takes care of our... Hold on. Takes care of our Transwarp Tuesday, folks, here in Australia. While we're waiting on Hunter to get situated, let me throw some raiding tools into the stream. Oh, come on. That's right. Spectre left a little while ago, didn't he? Oh, I saw that happening. What the heck is going on with Spectre? Start and stop and start and stop and... There we go. Okay, let's try that again. Some raiding tools. Non-subscribers have the Tomb Raider pickaxe. If you're a subscriber, these are your raiding icons. All right, then. Twitch is acting up too. Wow. What the heck? Oh, I know what's going on. Peanut is what's going on. Okay, yep. Let's do the one more save. Yes. And then in the main menu. Yes. All right, then. Let's head on over to... and... there is our wonderful weather outside. What's it look like on the... we started out around 63 this morning. We're up around 79. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. Little tiny showers scattered all over. Yeah, tropical far north Queensland, Australia. Okay. Let's get the timer reset. Done. And thanks again, Hunter, for man, you are awesome on scavenger hunting. Absolutely awesome. Appreciate it. As well as your continued support. Huge thank you. Thanks to Constant Conrad for the big raid. Thanks to Roman for the follow. And Major Tom, who reached a 30 stream streak. Thank you very much. And thanks to everybody. So you've got some rating tools there to copy and paste into our victim. Who's our victim going to be? I bet you I know who it's going to be. Because... oh, hang on. Did he not go... Dragon did not go set up stream today. All right, let's see. Let's see who we can bust in on. Ah, D is on. We'll go share some love with D. All right, then. That takes care of our Transwarp Tuesday, as most of the West is working on the end of their Moon Pie, Moonraker Monday. We'll be back on stream for Hump Day tomorrow, which will be everybody's Transwarp Tuesday. So, thanks to everybody again. Over on our next screen just now is where all of the appropriate thank yous go, especially the ones I forgot. So we had Roman Moore, Ader Phasma, don't forget to check him out, Chris 000328, Dova, Dragonheart, Mr. Hunter, Mr. Zombie, Miss Bandit, Tetsukazi, Mr. Tug, and of course Constant Conrad with the raid in there as well. Thanks to all of you for your support, whether you chatted or not, doesn't matter. The viewer count counts, and I appreciate you coming by to watch the worst stream on the internet. All right, the raid is loaded up and ready to go in just a few seconds, so hang in there, and we'll be headed over to Mr. D and Wii Gaming in just a few seconds. Everybody enjoy the rest of your morning, afternoon, and evening wherever you're at in the world, and we will see you the next time. I'm the Rocket Wolf. See ya.